So we're gonna get this meeting started. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Standing Committee City Finance and Services meeting on February 1st, 2023. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. The City of Vancouver electronic meetings as such committee members may participate in person or electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses the connection during the voting process, team members are available to get your back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentation, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members participating virtually are reminded that in accordance with the Section 14 of Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their videos to confirm quorum. Any council member whose video is disabled will be marked as absent for that portion of the meeting. Any comments on the agenda items can be sent to council using web form on the city's website. The link to the form will be tweeted out and at Van City Clerk. I also want to note that City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the respect for all genders. So I remind council that when addressing speakers and team members, we will avoid using gender honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, roles, and title. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for the having care for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also wanted to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work very hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Zhou in the chair, Mayor Sim, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby Young,
Present.
Councillor Dominato,
Present.
Councillor Bligh is on a leave of absence this morning until 1 p.m. Councillor Boyle,
Present.
Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Councillor Meisner.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Zhou.
Thank you, Clerk. So the first item, I think we like to vary the agenda because Councillor Bligh is not here for the first item, and we're gonna sequence the other motions on the referred item accordingly. So is there anyone want to move a motion? Yeah. The first item highlighting a culture appropriate indigenous-led supporting housing and wellness center project in partnership with indigenous people. So we're gonna move that to the end of the referred items. Okay, just to clarify, we're gonna move the item 3 in the referred items to the end of the referred items. So we're gonna move 4 and 5 first. So, yeah, thank you. So we have this motion has passed.
Point of parliamentary procedure, Chair.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do a verbal vote for these items. Anyone who in favor say yeah?
Yay.
Opposed say nay?
Yeah.
Okay, so this motion carries unanimously, yeah. Okay, so the plan for the day, so we have 5 items of business on today's agenda, 2 reports, both with presentations, and 3 members' motion referred from yesterday's council meeting. Should the business not complete prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene at 6 p.m. Should the business not complete this evening, the meeting will reconvene on February 8th, 2023 at 3 p.m. Finally, I'd like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council members introduce them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using the city meeting amendments DL. When we begin, I would like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to speak, to make their comments. Should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations that may only speak once. Committee members may have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to the speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speaker list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. Okay, so as a chair of this meeting, I'm suggesting that for people with no speakers, we adopt a recommendation collectively in a single motion. Report 2 has no speakers. The Rupert and Renfrew Station Area Plan updating Steel Creek floodplain and interim rezoning policy. Does anyone wish to hold report 2 for debate or questions to the team members? Okay, does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on the consent items? Okay, it seems like no one, so we need a motion to adopt the recommendations contained in the report number 2.
So moved.
Okay, so it'll be moved by Councillor Dominado.
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor say yeah.
Yay.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, the following has been approved on consent. The support, is the Rupert Renfrew Station Area Plan updating the Steel Creek floodplain and the interim rezoning policy. Okay, action items number 1. So on the first item on the agenda is update on the development of sewage and rainwater management plan for Vancouver. Okay, does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Okay, so we have Chris Faber, the branch manager, Healthy Waters Planning here in the chamber to introduce and present item. So council, okay, yeah. So I'll invite you to the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services, also known as the City Engineer. I was just going to provide a few opening remarks and pass it to Jimmy before Chris does the presentation. I just wanted to put in context, of course, the Engineering Department is responsible for many systems in the city, the road network, the traffic signal system. Many of them are very visible, and then there's others that are quite hidden, like the water system and the sewer drainage system. And I only call that out because sewer drainage system is actually our biggest asset, valued at over $6 billion. It's got many of the same problems as the other systems where portions of it have been installed or constructed over 100 years ago and is due for a replacement. But it has some unique challenges due to a few things, such as climate change. The sewer and drainage system is challenged by that because the system was designed for another climate. So rainfall intensity is having a big impact on that system. In addition, growth. And growth, when we have more people, more activity in the city, we generate more wastewater. And so these are put additional pressures on this system. The system is largely big pipes buried deep under every street. So it's inherently expensive and disruptive to change it. And for that reason, coming up with an overall strategy that helps guide our investments in the decades ahead is a really worthwhile investment, and we've been spending a lot of time on that. And that's what we call the Healthy Waters Plan. So with that, I'm going to introduce Jimmy Zamar, who's our Director of Sewers, Drainage, and Watersheds for the city, to make a few more statements. Jimmy?
Thanks, Lon. Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Jimmy Zamar. I'm the Director for Urban Watersheds, Sewers and Drainage in Engineering Services. I'm pleased to be here with you today, as well as with colleagues from multiple departments in the city, to present to you the results of the Phase 1 of the Healthy Waters Plan. As Lon indicated, this work is our most exhaustive effort to date to audit, map, and understand the sewer and drainage system and the interdependencies between that system and other critical infrastructure and the ecosystem around us. We've engaged with partners and stakeholders in shaping how the system will be in the future and shaping Vancouver's future in doing so, in alignment with the Vancouver Plan, the UNDRIP strategy, and our regulatory commitments. I'll be really quick because Lon touched on some of my points. I wanted to quickly say that Vancouver's sewer and drainage system is aging, and a considerable portion of this infrastructure is reaching its end of life in the coming couple of decades. So concurrently, we are facing pressures with escalating costs, complexity of implementing projects, increasing climate change and flood risks, and the need to urgently enable growth in housing. As Lon indicated, we are also saddled with a legacy of a combined system, which is often overwhelmed with rainwater during rain event, and as such overflows off our coastline. This chronic problem is faced by many other North American cities, and thankfully we have a lot of cities to learn from. This city council, as well as the previous one, have been steadfast in their support for enacting a strategy and dedicating investment to get us back on track, and I want to thank you for that. This is a complex problem, so your approval of multi-year increases in investments in infrastructure as part of the capital plan and our annual rate report have been very important. As a reminder, you have approved a 70% increase in investments in the city's sewer and drainage system in the next 4 years, enabling us to increase our rate of system renewal from 0.6%, which is what it is today, which already is double what it was in 2018, to 0.8% at the end of the capital plan, and working towards 1.2% in the next capital plan. You've also more than doubled our investments in green infrastructure, which are really smart assets because they dampen the peak of water flow that comes from rain into the system. So they intercept water, send it into the ground, and thereby defer pipe upgrades where possible, and mitigate pollution on rainwater runoff while achieving multiple co-benefits for a greener community, urban cooling, and more resilience to climate change. So, as you see from this brief intro, we are facing a slate of challenges over the coming 100 years, over the coming decades, that are 100 years in the making, and a unique opportunity to address them. We're incorporating lessons from the past, and we're using tools from the 21st century, including metrics, data, science, modeling, adaptive solutions, to target investments where they are most impactful, deeper community engagement, as well as learning from the process of Indigenous reconciliation and meeting our UNDRIP strategy commitment. And doing so is through the Healthy Waters Plan. So that's really the intro to the Healthy Waters Plan. This plan is instigated by Council and will guide us how we cost-effectively address these challenges using policy, advocacy, and investments. Really last quick comment is what you will not see in the PowerPoint is the amount of consultation and engagement that this team has undertaken among departments and agencies and partners, including Metro Vancouver, the BC Ministry of Environment, Environment and Climate Change Canada, the Musqueam Indian Band, the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, Vancouver Coastal Health, UDI, the Port, and a dozen or so key partners, including Swim Drink Fish, the Georgia Strait Alliance, West Coast Environmental Law, and the list goes on. So your approval on Phase 1 today will pave the way for staff to proceed with the analysis of the pathways and cost-benefit options, which will bring to you next year for review and decision, and that will guide how we invest in the decades to come. So with that context, I want to thank you for hearing me this morning, and I will pass the mic for a presentation by my colleague Chris Baber, the manager of the Healthy Waters Plan. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm feeling like I should just blast ahead in my PowerPoint to the recommendations because that was a pretty good intro. Thank you, Lon and Jimmy. Okay, so the Healthy Waters Plan was essentially catalyzed by Council and Park Board motions. Are we good on the tech? It was essentially catalyzed by Council and Park Board motions in the summer of 2019 to lay out an accelerated plan to eliminate combined sewer overflows. This was in response to summertime beach closures, of which CSOs are one contributor to water quality. We also had in November of 2019 Council adopting the Rain City Strategy, which is a high-level 30-year plan to manage rainwater using green infrastructure that removes pollutants from rainwater runoff, as well as helping us to adapt to the impacts of climate change, as well as providing ecosystem services. So in May of 2020, Council directed us to develop a comprehensive plan for sewage and rainwater management to guide policy programs and strategic long-range investments in our sewers and drainage. A big part of that is identifying how to best integrate the green infrastructure solutions and the gray traditional infrastructure solutions or the pipe solutions to achieve multiple benefits and address multiple areas of risk. A critical need too is we have an update underway to the Regional Liquid Waste Management Plan, which has regulatory commitments to Vancouver around CSOs as well as managing our rainwater, and it has financial implications in the many hundreds of millions of dollars. So we have and of course we have the Vancouver plan, and we need to deliver the capacity needed for growth. So we have a number of different problems that this plan needs to address. We could have just kicked off a CSO control plan, but the reality is that sewers and drainage is a complex field. We have pollution from CSOs, but we also have the urban runoff from our streets. So when the rain hits our streets and properties, it carries things into receiving waters that are not good for those the ecosystems of those receiving waters. We have the risk of climate change. We need to provide capacity for population growth. And then we have our aging infrastructure that we need to maintain and renew. So the City of Vancouver and Metro Vancouver jointly manage sewage and drainage services. The city provides the local collection and direct services to properties. Metro Vancouver manages the major conveyance pipes and the sewage treatment plants, including the Iona Island sewage treatment plant. Vancouver is part of the Metro Vancouver Sewage Area, or VSA. So that's basically defined by the area that drains into Iona Island. Almost all Vancouver drains to Iona Island, with the exception of the southeast corner of the city that drains to Annacis. And we share the sewage area with parts of Burnaby and Richmond, as well as UBC and UEL. The majority of our sewage goes to the Iona Island treatment plant. However, during rainfall events, about 5% of our annual sanitary sewage gets discharged through CSOs. And the reason for that is because, like other cities of our age and older, our city was originally built with a combined sewer system where all the wastewater and rainwater from the city essentially goes into one set of pipes. It was built at a time when the main priority was just getting the waste and the water out of the city as quickly as possible, and the environment was not a consideration. So we've been incrementally separating our combined sewer system since the 1970s, beginning in the Downtown Peninsula. This work has been driven by environmental, public health, and regulatory needs, and it's happening in conjunction with our aging infrastructure renewal program. This map shows where we're at with sewer separation today. to achieve sewer separation requires basically putting 2 new pipes in the ground where we had one that takes the sanitary waste, the other that takes the rainwater. Currently, and it also involves the plumbing on the properties too. So some properties have combined connections where the rainwater and sewage goes directly in. Newer properties that have been redeveloped since the 80s have separated. So about 57% of our pipes in the ground are presently separated, and about 65 or 60% of our private property connections are separated. This map shows progress of sewer separation. So areas in dark blue are areas where rainwater goes directly to receiving waters. Areas of pink are areas where we're in transition, where all the properties have been separated, do not contribute to CSOs. And the areas in white are areas where we've made some progress, but they still essentially behave as combined sewer areas, and they drain into downstream combined sewer pipes. So in tandem with CSOs, we also need to consider the impacts of urban runoff pollutions. As I mentioned, when it rains and water hits our streets and properties, it carries pollutants like tire dust and petrochemicals and litter, et cetera. And it can carry it directly to the receiving waters. So as we separate our pipe network, we're essentially directing more and more of that urban runoff directly to the receiving waters and bypassing Iona Island. So as we separate our sewer network, we need to ensure that we're not solving one problem and making another one worse. We also have the impacts of climate change. It adds a lot of uncertainty and risk. We need to ensure that the investments that we're making in assets today are adaptable and future-proofed to that uncertain future. And the risks that we're managing include the intense rainfall events. It also includes that we have sea level rise, which makes the low-lying areas more difficult to drain. As many of you are aware, the recent king tide and storm surge event that we had around Christmas time. And then we also have hotter, drier summers with the increased need to proactively protect and enhance our natural assets. And the BC coroners released a report in July of 2022 that looked at the heat dome event from the previous year. And one of the 4 key recommendations was for cities to invest in natural assets to provide greater protection in areas that don't have tree canopy. So we also have population growth. It's a major driver. In the past, high density growth was localized in areas around the downtown peninsula and certain other discrete areas. This includes some areas that are also flood prone and more vulnerable to climate change. So looking forward, growth is expected to be more distributed across the city in past years, and this strains the capacity of our legacy infrastructure. And with densification also comes increasing the amount of impervious areas. So we're essentially reducing the amount of ground that rainwater can soak into, and we're increasing the amount of rainwater that ends up in our pipes. So we need to take mitigating actions like green infrastructure and development policy to ensure that we're minimizing the impacts of that additional rainwater on the system, and also minimizing the downstream impacts of flooding. So in essence, we need to be strategic in how we make investments in the system and consider sewer and stormwater management upfront in our community planning. At this time, we are also facing an aging infrastructure deficit. Currently, 23% of our sewer system has been assessed at being in poor condition. The 2023-26 capital plan has greatly increased the amount of investment in aging infrastructure to help address this deficit. But we're also, beyond this capital plan, we're foreseeing the need to make further increases to address the aging assets and provide reliable services into the future. So one of the key drivers of the Healthy Waters Plan is the financial context. Like, as you're aware, we've needed to make significant increase in sewer rates in recent years to address the aging infrastructure, as well as address increases in regional fees. And we need to provide affordable services while we're managing all these risks. So we have a chart. It's adjusted to inflation. It's in 2020 dollars. We've seen some significant increases in recent years, which aren't all that visible due to the scale of the y-axis here. Looking ahead, in the next 5 years, we're expecting metro rates to double. That doesn't factor in the $10 billion required for the Iona Island sewage treatment plant. So we're facing significantly increasing cost pressures to manage. The current capital plan includes $656 million of planned sewer-related investments. That's a 70% increase compared to the previous one. And Metro Vancouver, in the same time period, is forecasting an increase of about 200% in their capital spending. So this chart assumes business as usual going forward, considering our asset renewal and other core needs. There's a lot of uncertainty around what the Iona Island project will cost. A lot of that uncertainty arises from how much is going to come from senior governments, as well as a financial plan that has not yet been developed for the project. Just to put Iona into scale, $10 billion is about 30% of the total replacement cost of all city-owned assets, including infrastructure and buildings. So there's a lot of uncertainty here, which adds complexity to our planning work. So moving on to the Healthy Waters Plan, it's being developed through a phased planning process, following in the footsteps of other leading cities around the world. We've completed our phase 1 work now, which includes a current state assessment of sewage and rainwater management, a strategic framework of guiding principles, goal areas, and objectives, as well as a priority action plan, which includes short-term actions that we can implement in parallel with the planning process. Phase 2 kicked off last fall, and this is focusing on identifying and evaluating different combinations of infrastructure solutions, policies, and programs to address our different challenge areas. This work is expected to conclude in early 2024, and we will be reporting back to you with an update and seeking confirmation on key directions. Phase 3 will be about finalizing the adaptive implementation plan and associated financial strategy. A big part of phase 3 will be determining where do we prioritize our investments first to address the greatest risks or problem areas. So there's a lot of technical work required in developing this plan, and it's also it requires a high level of collaboration and participation by rights holders, partners, and stakeholder organizations. We have a number of different engagement committees that have been convened. Some are more technical in nature and include technical staff from the city, Metro Vancouver, as well as the Tsleil-Waututh and Musqueam nations. Others are more strategic oversight, ensuring a higher level of policy and leadership alignment between our different organizations. We also have a third-party expert advisory panel that is made up of independent experts that don't have a stake in the work that we do and also have a great deal of experience in other jurisdictions that have dealt with similar problems to us. And we're also in early discussions with the Squamish Nation, who did not participate in phase 1, but is keen to explore a more active role in the next phase work. So just to recap what the first phase of work delivered, and there's a summary in the appendix of the council report. We have a public-facing document called Foundations for a Healthy Waters Plan, which really provides a summary of our key findings. It characterizes Vancouver's different watersheds and provides a look ahead for our phase 2 work. We also have a number of different current state assessment papers that are geared to a more technical audience, and those are really, really essential to really providing a foundation so that we have a clear understanding and line to say, where are we today? And we have a shared understanding with the partners that we need to collaborate with on our management systems. A key deliverable that we're seeking your direction on today is a strategic framework of guiding principles, goal areas, and objectives. Principles are necessary to guide all phases of the plan development. And we have 5 foundational principles here. Equity, reconciliation, and resilience are core and foundational to the Vancouver plan. We've also added collaboration given just the complex interjurisdictional nature of sewage and rainwater management. We have all levels of government and First Nations playing a role. And we have stewardship by non-government partners and the public. So we can't solve all of our problems with infrastructure and regulation alone. We need the public and we need different organizations to take a really active role in protecting our ecosystems and helping us to provide safe and effective services. Finally, we have our goal areas and objectives. So these really get into the specifics of what do we want to achieve within the realm of sewage and rainwater management. We have 4 goal areas here: healthy waterways, healthy and livable watersheds, being adaptive to risk and uncertainty, and affordable and optimal service delivery. In the next phase of work, we will be using this framework to help us to evaluate different combinations of infrastructure strategies, policies, and programs. And we're calling those pathways, and they'll be assessed based on how well they perform against these objectives. So in parallel with developing the Healthy Waters Plan, we are implementing a priority action plan. It takes a lot of resources and time to get through the technical work and engagement of the Healthy Waters Plan. And we're making investments today that can have a really significant impact. So these investments include capital programs, which we've been doing sewer renewal and separation for some time now, but we're also allocating funds to more targeted CSO elimination and other projects that they'll provide shorter-term results. We're investing a lot in monitoring of CSOs and development of system modeling tools that will help us to make more effective decisions, and it will also help us to provide services like real-time notification of CSO events in the future, which has been identified as a priority need for many of our community groups. And we've changed the way of the approach. We're taking a much more integrated approach in our watershed planning, and we're taking targeted interventions in key areas of the city where we know that we have water quality issues, including False Creek and Still Creek. So, final slide. Today's report is recommending that Council approve the strategic framework of guiding principles, goal areas, and objectives to guide the development of the Healthy Waters Plan. And we're also recommending that you direct us to report back in 2024 with a progress update on the outcomes of our phase 2 work, along with key directions to be incorporated into the final plan. Thank you. This concludes the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chris and the team. So, Council, now you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members and the presenter. Are there any questions? Well, it looks like this is a very hot topic. We have a few speakers. Okay, so first one, Councillor Kirby, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Joe. And thanks, first of all, thanks to staff for the work in the report. Really appreciative of the very insightful and comprehensive overview. My first question is really sort of from a big picture, and you mentioned that the work was catalyzed from a council motion in July 2019, and I brought that motion forward to put a focus on expediting the work and recognizing that our infrastructure was aging. So in looking at some of the stats that you've presented here, and it sort of references that we've got about 23% of our infrastructure that's deteriorating, still at critical state while we're renewing, and while we have a 7% increase in the capital plan at this point, we're still dealing with ongoing deterioration. So that motion at the time was aspirational, designed to figure out how we can expedite move forward, but the legislative obligation is to separate those sewers or to avoid CSOs by 2050. The motion said aspirationally what it costs by 2030. question being, now we're at a 7% investment, $656 million in the capital plan of around 150 a year. In order to scale that up at that 646, if we wanted to double our renewal rate, for example, we'd be looking at double that investment. I'm just trying to look at scale here, right? Because how expensive it is for us to do this relative to the size of our overall capital plan, like our ability to actually ramp that up just because of the sheer cost of it. I wonder if you can put some color on that.
Maybe I'll take this question. Yeah, so the ramp up that we're underway right now is really pushing the limits of our ability to ramp up. And so with the last capital plan, it was a big increase. This is a big increase in this capital plan. 70% increase is big. We encountered challenges just with acquiring, the people to be able to do the work, for us to expand our crews, and kind of the support systems that support them, like the works yard and things like that. So I just want to say it's not just a money issue there. Like ultimately, ramping up will take. We knew this even in the last capital plan. It will take multiple capital plans to ramp up. If we do want to ramp up to an accelerated pace, of course, that is a conversation that could be had for the next capital plan.
Okay, but you're talking not tens of millions, but hundreds of millions of dollars to really significantly expedite, right?
It is hundreds of millions of dollars, and it's decades in the work it's decades of work ahead of us. Even if, because the system is so large, there's even limitations on how much we want to disrupt the city with our work in order to still provide access for people to circulate around the city.
Okay. My next question is really in looking at the chart that identified the sewer renewal areas, and you've got one on sort of the west side into South Vancouver, and one identified particularly in the upcoming capital plan, kind of in the Grandview Woodlands area. But I wonder if you can comment on the interrelationship between our sewer renewal and our ability to actually deliver on our housing goals and ramp up development in specific areas, and how those work together, and where in the city we might be constrained in terms of putting in additional density.
Thank you, Councillor. This is a super important question. I mean, the spend on sewers and drainage, as you heard, is really disproportionately large compared to other infrastructure, and that allows us an opportunity to kind of build the foundation for growth using our sewer rates. So leveraging that renewal and that separation to kind of inform decision-making on land use. And that's definitely something we've achieved in the last capital plan and moving into the next capital plan with our colleagues from the planning department, whereby we've kind of brought water as a foundation and investments in renewal as a foundation as one of the elements taken into account in planning.
I just have a minute. I mean, are there specific areas of the city that are really difficult for us to put density in, for example, because of the limited sewer infrastructure? And in that phase 3 prioritization you mentioned, what's the relationship going to be between how old the infrastructure is and where we actually have opportunity to build new housing in the city?
The short answer is yes, the capacity of the sewer system will inform where growth will go, and we have a chance to coordinate them, which is really the purpose of this work in many ways.
Okay, so are we going to see housing and sewer development reports starting to come back together? So when council are looking at those housing policy decisions and the infrastructure investment, that we're going to be able to make those in a connected way?
The case in hand is Still Creek, Renfrew, Rupert, where we are building on capacity that was just delivered through renewal, and that will inform the shaping of the plan and the density that goes there. So very, very much yes.
Okay, I'd love to keep going, but I'm out of time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The next one is Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair Joe. And thanks, team, for this presentation. Super appreciate it, and appreciate the fact that we're kind of daylighting something that we don't often talk about, which is one of our most expensive infrastructure pieces, and that's sewers. But I want to talk about the stuff that we do see, and that's the urban pollution, the discharge stuff that we have, the polluted urban runoff, and specifically around microplastics and the litter and all those kind of things that get captured. And where are we at? And I don't see a lot of articulation around like the sort of passive systems for capturing and filtering that, like bioswales and that kind of technology to deal with that stuff that's coming from our streets. How does that factor into this work?
Thank you, Councillor. This is a really good question. I mean, the term in our industry is source control. So don't put a pollutant in the water and then don't build expensive assets to clean it in the first place. So policy is really important. And we have provincial policy, Metro Vancouver policy, and city policy, as well as educational programs around that, from managing what we call FOGs, fats, oils, and grease, to other pollutants, including pollutants of high concern, such as the ones that are showing up right now from tire dust, and other existing pollutants like heavy metals, hydrocarbons, and microplastics, as you mentioned. So green infrastructure has a unique role to play here for kind of capturing those pollutants in the right of way, which is why they go hand in hand with pipe upgrades. Green infrastructure, it kind of achieves triple word score, if you will, in that it captures stormwater, avoids it from getting into the system, but also treats it using natural processes. So very much a strong tool. And that's why you don't want to ignore it, because if you focus only on, say, separation, you're kind of trading a CSO problem with a stormwater problem. You're sending all that stormwater straight into the ocean without capturing those. So there's an element of regulation and policy and education, as well as infrastructure interventions, which we are undertaking.
Can we expect more of these sort of passive green systems as part of our infrastructure renewal and road renewal and that kind of thing? Is that part of the?
Absolutely, and that's a really big key of. That's a big component in the capital plan. As I mentioned, our investments are increasing from about 14 million in the last plan to over 40 in this plan, and the assets are popping up around the city. It really takes time to land the right asset, especially the bigger ones, to get excellent results. And that's what we're doing. If you've seen Woodland and Second or street closure around Sunset Park in south of Maine, these are really cherished assets by the community, and they perform multiple benefits, as I said.
Yeah, the woodland bioswale is fantastic. I love it. Switching focus a bit to the sort of the metro scope around. So right now, my understanding is we just do primary and secondary wastewater treatment, not tertiary. What's the distinction with tertiary, and do we need to move towards tertiary?
Right now, we only do primary, which is really filtering out basically in a very coarse way the sewage, and then capturing some of those biosolids, and then sending the rest out into the ocean. And the upgrade anticipated for the mid-2030s will achieve secondary and tertiary. Secondary will capture more of the biological load in the water, and the tertiary will go even further and get the water to a very high level of treatment. So these are both anticipated in the next decade as part of the upgrade.
But to be clear, these will just be handling sanitary, not...
Until such time as the system is fully separated, which is several decades later than that, they will be taking on rainwater, especially on heavy, on not so heavy days where a bunch of the rainwater is still going to Iona. So we do benefit from some treatment there for rainwater.
So ironically, as we move towards separating the systems, we're going to create a potentially new source of problem with tire dust and microplastics and urban runoff.
The short answer is yes. And we've learned from US cities who tried to decouple the problems, and then a few decades later, they realized you don't want to solve one problem, ignore the other. So we have the benefit of integrating them because we're learning from a lot of other jurisdictions, hence the complexity of the scope here. But we feel it's really, really important to do it that way.
Thanks, Jimmy. I have way more questions, but I'm out of time, so thank you.
Hey, thank you both. Now we have Councillor Carr, your turn.
Yes, thank you. Chair Joe, I wonder if I've got 3 questions. I just heard Councillor Fry say he has others. I wonder if I could move for a second round of questions, please.
Yeah, can we have a seconder? Oh, no seconder for coming. Yeah, okay, so all in favor say yeah?
Yay.
Okay, opposed say nay? Okay, the motion carries. Thanks.
Great, thank you. I think I'll just continue on the line that Councillor Fry was starting on around rainwater and the Rain City strategy, et cetera. So my understanding is that the Rain City strategy is to capture 90% of rainfall through a combination of green infrastructure as well as pipes. What percentage are we looking at in terms of green infrastructure capture of the rainwater versus the pipes?
Good question. Thank you for this question, Councillor. The Rain City strategy really gave us a bit of a vision and told us that 90% of average daily rainfall can be accomplished, can be captured and treated through green infrastructure.
Oh, wow.
And that would happen on 40% of the impervious area in the city using the 2019 surface area. So it's a high level kind of heuristic or metric that now we need to translate into our watersheds. Implementation of green infrastructure in the right-of-way faces many barriers because public right-of-ways are congested. Wherever you're walking over drinking water pipes, sewer pipes, fiber, BC Hydro infrastructure, and each of those come with regulatory barriers around not being able to get too close to some of these and other complexities. So siting of green infrastructure is really important. So, and that's what we're looking at right here, which is, can we achieve this and where? And then reporting back to council next year with how much of the Rain City strategy is achievable in each decade. And our goal is to maximize the use of cost-effective green infrastructure tools. I mean, everything we've learned from every jurisdiction is wherever you can, go big on GI, and everything else fill with gray. And that's from both independent experts and cities. So we're factoring that into our decision making.
GI being green
infrastructure, green rainwater infrastructure.
That's right. Is engineering working closely with planning in terms of the Vancouver plan and the Broadway plan, both of which have like rejigging of 11% of neighborhood streets, et cetera? I imagine some of that is going to be into bioswales or increased greenery in terms of the ground level. So what's your collaboration?
I think we're facing really, without dramatizing it, I feel like it's a bit of a historic moment with both the Rain City strategy, the Healthy Waters plan, and the Vancouver plan with its ecology framework and its foundations for us to kind of bring our thinking together. And planning is very much taking that on with the ecology network and the work on the system from our colleagues in sustainability, environmental services, and work on climate adaptation as well as engineering. So this is really where a lot of our focus is, and that will be part of phase 2 in the Healthy Waters plan. It's to kind of mesh it in with the Vancouver plan.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. On another line of questioning, sea level rise. I remember engineering brought John Englander, a global scientist on sea level rise. I attended his talk. It was phenomenal. I actually just got around to reading his book, and I am frightened in terms of potential for sea level rise. I mean, if Antarctica and Greenland go, it's 230 feet of sea level rise. And they're going, right? So what is Vancouver doing in terms of, I guess, protecting against that? And what are the difficulties in terms of our treatment of water and where water flows to as sea level rises?
I will start really briefly and then pass it on to Brad Widelt, Director of Sustainability. From a drainage perspective, sea level rise complicates the challenge for us because we want water to go downhill and into the ocean or river when we can't infiltrate it. And then sea level rise is pushing it back up our pipes, especially in low-lying areas. So that is definitely an element in how we plan the system. And Brad can elaborate more macro on sea level rise.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Jimmy. Good morning, Mayor and Council.
You might have to be in my next 5 minutes, sorry.
I'll be fairly quick in my response. Brad
Brad
Bedell, Director of Sustainability. We've been doing a ton of work around sea level rise planning, Councillor Carr. We've mapped out how sea level rise could impact the city, what's at risk around the city, so we have a good understanding of the timing in the risk areas, and we're now shifting into a planning phase. So we just wrapped up a project called the Sea to City program, which was planning out how we could adapt to sea level rise for Falls Creek, and we'll be sharing that with council very shortly. We're excited to share some of the outcomes from that work. So we are actively working on sea level rise and looking at other leading cities in the world as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, so now we have Councillor Claassen. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just ask a couple of questions about the report, especially around the subject of overland flooding. I see that there's mention of demonstration projects to manage rainwater and urban runoff. I saw some images of the swales that you've installed here. Can you just give me some sense of how you're going to move forward with some of these demonstration projects at a high level, and maybe specifically talk about some of the swales?
Thank you for the question. We are moving beyond demonstration projects. We are moving into a realm where large-scale green infrastructure or nature-based projects, notably ones that manage water overland, meaning they don't send it in the pipe system in the first place, will become a key component of our toolkit. So the work we're doing, for example, in the Canby corridor fully takes advantage of that, and some of the work, notably around Alberta Street and Columbia Park, is one example where we have 12 blocks of street that will be managing water using GI, green infrastructure, and then leveraging the park nearby, Columbia Park, to do the same. So that's one example. The St. George Rainway, which is 5+ blocks, is another example of managing water overland. And what's coming up in the Still Creek work, which you had heard last week from planning, is going to go bigger. So we're looking at both distributed green infrastructure as well as large scale, district scale, and both will work hand in hand for that element.
We have a significant network of alleyways throughout the city that would sort of rival almost the number of streets that we have. Do we know roughly what percentage of those alleyways are not yet paved?
I don't have the information at hand, but we can definitely get an estimate from our colleagues in streets. Unless, Lon, you have an answer.
And would it be safe to assume that unpaved alleyways would address urban runoff and high amounts of rainfall better than those that are paved?
I would say anecdotally, we can say that an unpaved surface will have higher perviousness and permeability. The level of rigor in engineering green infrastructure asset takes this one step further. So we are looking to place those, because they do cost to build and to run, in areas where they can capture water in large volumes and that are reliable. So pervious areas and permeable pavement is definitely one of those areas, and landscaped areas as well. They may not be the most, like the heavyweights, depending on where they are and how big they are. Yeah, so it's definitely one of the tools, for sure.
I've been a strong proponent of the Country Lane program that was put forward as a demonstration project 20 years ago. I'm not sure if there's been any revisiting of that style of treatment of the laneways, and I wonder if staff had any sort of thoughts or comments about the experience there.
We do. You're right. There are 3 country laneways built in the last 20 years. We actually inspected them in 2016 and in 2021. One of the laneways, the one off 27th, is in really good condition, and that's because of the stewardship of the community around it. We're taking that into account, and we're piloting new types of laneways. So Harriet Street laneway was built with an infiltration trench below it. And we're piloting new materials, such as a porous asphalt mix that can be incorporated into the laneway. So it's definitely among the tools that we use for managing rainwater.
Perfect. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you both. So now we have Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair, and well done on your first chairing
Well, thank you.
day. And thanks to staff for what is a really fantastic and comprehensive presentation and report. I just have a couple of quick questions. One is just around our focus on increasing naturalized areas. And if you could maybe expand on that and comment on how we're doing that in conjunction with new developments, as we're seeing, rapid development in a number of areas of the city, and how we're undertaking adding those naturalized areas, and is that part of our developers playing a role in that as part of, including as part of their built form and planning, and what does that look like from a cost perspective, or is there any shared costs around that?
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. I think you hit on a really important point, which is the percent of impervious area in the city that sits in private realm. And that's actually the biggest percentage of space in the city. So that's actually the biggest opportunity for innovation with working with industry and developers. We do have really good policy in place around rainwater management on site that both leverages water capture within the building in like roofs and other areas, as well as green areas around the building. We're also working with VBBL and our colleagues in DBL, with the VBBL, to actually incorporate rainwater management on all new development starting 2024. And that will be coming to council later this year. Also, as part of the multiplex last week presentation, you heard about the work associated with potentially placing infiltrating tanks on low density housing. So that element of incorporating rainwater management into the private realm is really central to the work, and it's led out of sustainability with participation by engineering and DBL.
No, that's great to hear, and look forward to those upcoming reports. And are you, and I don't know if you can comment on this, but what has been the response from industry to date in terms, are you seeing an openness and willingness to support these endeavors, particularly with new developments and on private property?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We've seen good compliance from industry, from developers. The approach to date has been setting the performance outcomes. So we set a percentage that needs to be held on site, a release rate, and a water quality target for developers, and they're able to choose kind of the best pathway for them to achieve that outcome. To date, that's worked quite well, and we're looking forward to strengthening it through the VBBL requirements.
Great, thank you. And just one more question. With respect to, you outlined some of the complexity around and costs related to Iona. As you know, Metro Vancouver is doing the upgrade of 3 wastewater treatment plants at the same time, and largely because there wasn't the foresight at the time when many of those plants were put in to go beyond primary. And so my question to you, and maybe it's just simply a takeaway, I raised this last term, but we kind of ran out of time. But I had asked that there be a formal presentation to Mayor and Council in public on Iona. I've similarly shared that with the CAO at Metro Vancouver. But that is a question: is can we prioritize that as coming to council, so that there is a showcasing of that work, so that ratepayers and residents can better understand the nature of that work? Is that a possibility to see something in the next, I would say, 3 to 6 months at the latest?
The short answer would be yes. And I'm glad to hear that you've already raised it with Metro. We have a really good working relationship with them, and we can definitely bring that to Mayor and Council with Metro.
That would be great. So I'll thank you. And that's all my questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mayor Sim, you have the floor.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And you are doing an amazing job, Councillor Joe.
Thanks.
I actually think you should do it for the next 4 years.
I'm going to give you 10 more seconds. I'm just kidding.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And I do want to thank the team for all the amazing work that you're doing. I know it's a lot of work and it's tough work, and we really appreciate it. So I'm going to ask, and I hope you can hear me for a little bit. I'm going to ask what will seem like some very basic questions, because I truly want to understand this. So treatment, what does that actually mean? Like, I know we got part of an explanation when Councillor Fry asked about primary, secondary, and tertiary. But for the layperson like me, what does it actually mean, and where does it actually go?
Mhm.
Like, so you treat sewage, the solid parts, go through a filter, gets mulched up or whatever. Then where does it go after that?
Mhm. Is there, maybe I'll pass it on to my colleague who's a sewer and drainage expert, Michelle Rivez.
I will admit I'm not a wastewater treatment expert, but I can give you some basics. So basically what we have is we have the wastewater, which is mostly water, goes into our treatment plant where it basically is filtered through just some big bars. And that pulls out most of the trash and the grit. And then from there, that water continues on down and they screen it again and again. And what they're trying to do is they're removing the bio-oxygen demand out of there and nitrogen and phosphorus. So that's the stuff that we don't really want in with the fish. So they take those solids then and they kind of put them into they call it a digester, and they start to dewater that component. That sludge then is turned into biosolids, which people then can put on landfills and things like that. So there's the two components, the solids and then the water. And the water goes out into the ocean.
Okay. So thank you. Then you mentioned, we have, microplastics, tire dust, and what have you. So once again, a very basic question. If that's an issue, and we're trying to separate these two streams, why wouldn't we just keep one stream and just treat everything?
Well, one of the big reasons is our wastewater, it's about 10 times less the amount of stormwater. So really, in order to make those pipes huge, like you'd make the pipes very large. And so conveying that through the city would be quite a construction feat. So by separating them two, and then we're really focusing in on the two different types of treatment that really is specific to the wastewater versus the stormwater. So, but it really is about making sure that those two streams are different because they require different treatment. Or do you follow up, or, yeah?
One other consideration is the cost of sewage treatment. So as you're aware, Iona Island is forecast to be $10 billion just to manage the city's wastewater generated in the future, like assuming we've separated all of our sewers. So adding 10 times more capacity to that would really, we're already stretched on affordability. It would be quite untenable from a cost perspective.
Okay, actually, nice segue. I don't know how much time I have. You mentioned in your presentation that 23% of our pipes are basically in poor condition. My question to you is there a situation where we might have problems in the city flushing toilets in 20 years?
There will be an increase in asset failure rates in the next decade to 2 decades. So we're forecasting that. And we're expecting it. We're also facing it on the drinking water side and on the rest of our infrastructure. And that is a problem many cities are facing. So the combination of investments as well as better data and analytics are going to be our really pathway from here, as well as improving engagement with the community and managing expectations around that. So our asset management programs allow us to kind of do some modeling around various type materials and typologies of assets, their failure rates, their location, and the risk of failure, and targeting our improvements in a much more surgical way to avoid those while we're managing all the other problems. And that is one of the inputs into how we plan our upgrades.
Okay, so 10 seconds left. So your projections that you presented today, does that incorporate failure rates, or is that perfect case where we don't?
What you saw today is basically what is likely to happen with the investments as planned. Now, where we upgrade, the choices we make around where we spend that money will mitigate failure.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay, so next one, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Most of my questions have been asked, which is a benefit of going near the end. I also was curious to hear more about the possibility of using laneways, shifting current laneways or future laneway design as a, is there more of that work on the work plan going forward? It does seem like potentially quite a bit of square footage across the city.
Thank you, Councillor. The work on road right-of-way reallocation is really important, and working with our colleagues in transportation and planning is really important to rethink the public realm. There's a lot of work in that space, and our green infrastructure team is involved. In addition to pervious laneways, we're also looking at other ideas, such as modular laneway storage, for example, which would allow us to strategically locate potentially tanks or infiltrating tanks that would take water from elsewhere and send it into the ground in a much more concentrated way, so we don't have a much more sprawling infrastructure project. And that's part of our capital plan as well. So we're learning from other cities as well, including Portland and Seattle, on how they've kind of been innovative in managing laneways or spaces that are not heavily used. So all of that is part of our experimentation. These would be the demonstration projects that we are looking for as well.
Exciting, great, thank you. My only other question is pretty specific, which is I'm wondering to what degree garbage waste runoff into our sewers is a problem. And I specifically had a chance to meet with a local entrepreneur named JP who was building these filters that fit into our storm grates. I think he's met with staff too, and I'm wondering if to what extent that garbage runoff is a problem, and if we're looking at implementing local solutions like that.
Thank you. I agree. Source control in all its kinds. So capturing pollutants before they hit the stream, which is the basic idea of wastewater management, just like reduce, reuse, and recycle, is so central in stormwater. We do use various types of baskets, including in the downtown east side. We have steel perforated baskets that we drop into the most polluted areas, that including other parts of the city as well, where we have a heavy load of pollutants. These are very helpful, and working with some micro entrepreneurs, such as the one you mentioned, has been very helpful. And I'll pass it on to Rob Lukes, who can answer the question more.
Thanks.
So, I mean, obviously, green infrastructure, we're capturing litter with all those assets, the bioretention bulges, but we're also looking into catch basin inserts and ways we can also enhance those where, you know, like the product that you mentioned, that gentleman JP, these plastic inserts, those ones were interesting because those were opportunities for some stewardship where, you know, you don't need heavy equipment or a vac truck to clean out those catch basin inserts. So we're have a pilot with those and on the West End and in downtown. So we're evaluating those products, but we also have on our capital plan to do some more evaluation of how we can capture at least some of those large solids and litters.
Okay, so that was my follow-up question. Those are an opportunity for an expansion of our kind of stormwater neighborhood, I forget, the Adopt a Catch Basin program?
Yes, there is potential there. It's a pilot that we're evaluating to see how they perform. Where we have a report check-in in March. We could provide some follow-up.
Great, I look forward to hearing more. I'll leave it there. Thanks for all.
Oh, and I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rob Lukes, branch manager for green infrastructure.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Back for round two. Thanks, Chair Joe. Sorry.
Sound is not. Pete, yeah, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I think I pressed the wrong button here.
Here we go. I set myself. Thanks. Chair, it's quite all right. I got it. So yeah, I was saying that one of the most depressing things I've seen is...
Sorry, Councillor Fry, it's my mistake here, so I think I pressed the wrong button.
It's all good. Chair, I turned on my own mic.
Oh, okay.
So you
Give
need
floor
to,
to
if you
the...
can just clear the queue.
Yeah.
And then
Oh, who needs a timer anyway?
Request to speak,
Yeah.
that's right, and put Councillor Carr speak.
All right. Thanks. So I was just reflecting observations around Trillium Park and the AstroTurf fields there, and when one looks at the storm drain, it's got all these nodules of crumb rubber that they use, which is recycled tires, and they're going right into the storm drain. Similarly, you know, with road paints and aggregates that we're using in roads, what are we doing to address that kind of storm runoff that comes from our own infrastructure at the source control kind of level? Do we have policies around that?
The short answer is yes, and it's a little complicated in that there's multiple jurisdictions involved. So we work really hard with Metro Vancouver to set policies that are regional, that apply to all municipalities. We work with the province and the feds on setting new standards and new requirements. And we have a green operations program that allows us to manage our own infrastructure so that we mitigate impacts of pollutants at the start. Our sewers and watercourse bylaw also has requirements for, say, construction sites and other sources of discharges to manage sediments and pollutants into the right-of-way and into our system. The Park Board is working really closely with us, and we are funding a green infrastructure engineer that works with the Park Board to really incorporate some of those ideas into park assets. And the Van Play, which is the Park Board's master plan, puts as Bold Move 3 water as one of the foundations for their work. So they're very, very strong allies in how they plan their assets.
Okay, thank you for that. I've inherited a bunch of our erstwhile colleague, Councillor Mike Weeb's kind of files on some of this stuff and one of the things that I've been talking to folks about is on the natural side, and I appreciate that the Burrard Inlet is largely DFO and other organizations, not just the City of Vancouver, but habitat restoration, and I'm looking at specifically some of the reef restoration stuff, and particularly what we're seeing in New York City, where they're doing oyster reef restoration that is actually actively, not for eating, but filtering pollutants from stormwater runoff and industrial runoff, and actually where we see shellfish and different kind of natural environments that are actually serving to function as filtration for a lot of our pollutants. Anything on the horizon with that kind of natural approach in our oceans, specifically in our coastal waters?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Margot Davis. I'm the Manager of Environmental Services for the city. I think you might remember in 2020, Council adopted the Aquatic Environments Action Plan, and that was to actually direct strategically the investments and priorities around how to improve aquatic environmental health. The plan has a bunch of different frameworks, and actually we're doing an update memo, which we'll get in the next couple of weeks with a progress update. But it looks at everything from like source control efforts, as well as ecological health restoration. To date, we don't have a dedicated program for ecological restoration for specifically pollutant filtration. We are looking at really prioritizing source control in the first place, but we are looking at continually to direct ecological restoration for broader objectives that could include pollutant mitigation and improvement.
And jurisdictionally, how does that work? I mean, we have different water bodies at different levels of our own jurisdiction.
Yes, the complexity of the jurisdiction does add to the timelines, but there is a lot of synergies around work along shorelines, and it's the intertidal habitat area. So the city has a strong partnership role to come at the shore, where the land hits the water, and they're working in concert with First Nations as well as provincial and federal agencies. It's usually okay to get things moving. The first part is to find a strategic plan of where these things can be located, but there's been a few pilot projects that have been done to date, and we're doing planning work right now to look at how to scale this up.
Great, and I appreciate that this report highlights the Burrard Inlet Action Plan, and there's a lot of work there, I think, that has yet to be done, so thank you for all this. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a further question to ask about the discharge that ends up through CSOs, and a concern that I've certainly seen a lot of reports on around microplastics in that discharge that end up in our marine environment, and which agencies are now measuring and realizing a real impact on marine life. So so first of all, are we working in conjunction also with reducing the kinds of things that end up being in those CSO discharges, like beverage cups, which end up turning into microplastics?
Thank you. That's a really good question. Both microplastics generated within, call it the household, and in the public right of way are a risk. Now, the ones that are generated in the household, which is a large portion of microplastics, they go to the wastewater treatment plant, and the anticipated upgrades will go a long way in supporting mitigating those pollutants. Again, we want to work through advocacy and policy to limit the amount of pollutants in the first place, rather than building bigger plants and more sophisticated plants. In the public right-of-way, there's definitely something to be said about improved kind of street cleanliness, street sweeping, and work on removing pollutants such as single-use plastics and others. The more we can take those out of the system from the source, the smarter it is for everyone. So changing behavior, working with our solid waste colleagues who are working a lot on that with restaurants, with consumers, with the public is really important.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see that work. I'm fully supportive of it. It is good. Regarding False Creek and the CSOs into False Creek versus boat discharge, do we have a sense of the pollutants, well, like how severe and what kind of quantities are of the pollutants in False Creek are related to specifically CSOs, or versus, as I say, boat? We all have heard so much about boat discharge there.
Mm-hmm. I will pass the answer to my colleague Margot. From a CSO perspective, I would say globally throughout the city, in the low single digits is the rate of CSOs that go into False Creek relative to other places. So not to say that the impacts are the same in every water body, and I'll get Margot to answer more on water quality in False Creek.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Council. So what we don't know for sure, we know that there's probably many different sources of pollution. We have conducted additional water quality assessments at all the marinas within False Creek for the past 4 years, and that data set has come back and hasn't shown that the boats at the marinas are a likely major contributing source. We haven't got out to the boats that are anchored within False Creek and expanded the program there. So we know that at this point. We also know another potential source is likely illegal cross connections, and cross connections that are getting into some of the storm sewers that are going into False Creek. It's when a sanitary sewer is inadvertently connected to the to the storm sewer, rather. A sanitary pipe from a private property is going into the storm sewer when it should be going into the sanitary. So we have some assessment work that we're doing to trace some discharges from the city storm sewer that we know are contributing to load as well.
Okay, thank you. Chair Joe, I am finished my questions. I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, so seeing there's no other question from the council, so now we'd like to hear from the one of the registered speakers for this item, Matt Brown, who is joining us in person in the chamber. And Matt, thank you for coming to the council. You have 5 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for having me. Councillor Carr, I share your fear. I switched this industry around 5 years ago, and ever since then I read more and more about scary things that are happening around our waterways and around our environment, and how that's connected to our communities. But this conversation happening here today and this work happening from this team is incredibly encouraging. I work in 4 different cities across the country. We run community-based water monitoring hubs in Kingston, Toronto, Edmonton, and Vancouver. And this is the first time I get to stand in front of a city and say, I support the work that the city's doing. I often sit here and say the city needs to do much more, which means the Healthy Waters Plan is setting an example for cities across North America on what needs to be done from an action standpoint. Our organization, Swim, Drink, Fish, has a mission that is just to connect people with water, because when you connect people with water, they become the greatest stewards to protect their waterways and their environment and their community. Our vision is to create swimmable, drinkable, fishable water, because those 3 words are the best indicators of a healthy watershed. How we do that is through our community-based water monitoring hubs, which sample for recreational water quality. I mentioned those 4 cities that they're there. We have a simple recipe that goes to that work. It's connect, collect, share, and restore. You connect by getting people to the water's edge. You collect water samples, and you share the data that's been collected through an app that we have called Swim Guide. The most important part of that is restore. We have a team of 20 people. We can't restore the waterways. This team here is doing the work that matters to restore those waterways for the long time, for the generations to come afterwards. And we very much support the work that's happening with that. When I started in this, I had an environmental lawyer who's become a mentor for me. And she delivered something to me that I never really understood until I got to start working with the Healthy Waters Plan, which was that engineers are some of the most important environmentalists we're ever going to have for the future of our environment. And I think this plan is a great example of that they are putting in the work that, everyday citizens and the volunteers we work with that become community scientists get to see their work being represented in action happening. That's a big deal for us. We're really excited about that. And this conversation happening is taking extremely technical work and making it digestible for the people, for your constituents that get to see this money going forward. I always have a fun line that the greatest achievement we'll have is one day if the acronym CSO is as cool as WTF. And that's kind of happening with this project. And it's going to be long and it's going to take time, but it's a big one for us. And we're really excited to be a part of this program. And most importantly, we're excited that this kind of investment is happening into people, because those people become the voices of the aquatic life and the wildlife. And we're all part of the same ecosystem that matters a lot. So if we're working together, we start to fight that fear a little bit. So thank you.
Thank you, Matt. You do have one question from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Sergio. I also, like Councillor Weeb, are going to channel former Mike Weeb. Did I say Councillor Weeb? Councillor Fry. I'm going to channel former councillor, because I know he was a big supporter of yours, and I really thank you also for the incredible good work you do on the ground. But I'm wondering if you can just explain, you said that you are sort of part of the program. What role do you play? Like, what role does your organization and your volunteers play in terms of the institution or implementation of the various actions the city is taking to improve water quality?
So we're part of the public advisory committee. And most recently, we've been doing some really fun work around helping the community, which our program relies on volunteers, which become community scientists. We demystify the science around this kind of work, is what we like to say. And we've been working on better getting into the community for people to understand, one, what source protection is, so that when they come and sample with us, we can say why this work matters, because it leads, that data is just more evidence to lead to pushing work like this forward.
You've been very nice about praising our work. Is there something that you would like to see us do more of, or that you think would be an important addition to the work that's already ongoing?
I think an easy one for us is always just to speed up the separation of sewers, but we also understand the cost that comes with that. And I think it's been very much exemplified and explained the complexities that come with that. So as someone who's a communications director and much of a talking head, I don't want to go down that technical road, because I'm out of my lane in that.
Okay, thanks for the work you do, the volunteers in your organization, and speaking to us.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Boyle, I would love to learn more about JP. Sounds like a very cool initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for speaking to the council. So I think this is end of our speaker list. Would someone like to move a motion?
Move the recommendations.
Okay, moved by the Councillor Carr and second by the, no need for second, that's right. Yeah, okay. So council, is there any discussion? Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'm so appreciative of staff's work on this file, and I know it's a multi-departmental set of work plans and integrated objectives, and that's exactly what virtually every environmental problem needs. It is multifaceted, so that I'm incredibly grateful for, and I really feel like our strategies that have moved us forward are groundbreaking. Like the Rain City strategy, for example. It's I know we've won awards for it for good reason, and it is decreasing the impact really of our human activity in terms of our natural environment. And the solutions you've come up with are great. I'm particularly excited about the way in which we can move forward through the Vancouver plan and the Broadway plan as very concrete sort of areas of action, especially in terms of the green infrastructure that will move forward. And just on a little bit of a lighter note, most of you probably around this table don't know that I got my master's thesis in urban geography from UBC, and my master's thesis was a study of the way in which local citizens groups affected the development of Kitsilano. And so I read back to the 1920s files on them, and there was this group of women in the 50s in Kitsilano whose main thing was the sewer outflows going into False Creek and the inlet. And they were so upset because there was no action on the part of City Council that they went down and did vigilant sort of work, waiting for an outflow from the sewer pipe into the ocean, collected bottles of feces, and plunked one on every councillor's desk in City Hall. I know, I love that story. I think for me, recognizing that citizens too have been pushing council and government action on this because they're out there enjoying our natural environment, seeing the impacts, and wanting a healthy environment. The second point I just want to make in general is that the climate emergency and accelerating climate change are real exigencies for speeding up this work. I'm super happy to know that we are progressing even more so with the Rain City strategy and the green infrastructure. To me, that's a less expensive way than other ways in which to achieve the mitigation of excessive rainfall, for example, which we are predicted to have more and more of. Anyway, so I'm very supportive of the work, and yes, would also, I know the money is tight, but the combined sewer system is, we've got to separate it. And if we can find ways to, especially seek, I would hope, senior government funding to increase our ability to do that, that would make me happy. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move to amendment queue. I've got an amendment that I've just put.
Okay. Yeah, so Councillor Clausen, you have to add your name to the amendment queue. There we go.
Thanks very much, Chair. So thank you to staff for all this great work, and it's incredibly clear to, I think, all of us that climate change and urbanization is requiring us to adopt some new ideas and perhaps revisit some old ones. Just a little bit of background on the Country Lane demonstration project. It was approved in 2002 and is actually a lasting legacy of the last term of Mayor Philip Owen's council. It was a pilot driven by planning staff, from my understanding, specifically Sandy James. A shout out to Sandy, who I refer to as the Greenways Goddess. There were 3 lanes built as a part of the original demonstration project. As staff mentioned, the country lane on the south side of East 27th Avenue, 700 block, was installed with the help of neighborhood volunteers who helped with distributing soil and actually got involved in placing paving bricks along the sides of for the driveways. And since its installation, the lane itself has received virtually no substantive maintenance at all since it was put in. I know because I live beside it, and it has been a very successful addition. Several neighbors have become stewards of the lane, including planting and maintaining gardens on the edges of the lane. It really serves as a thin park for a park deficient community. We have several communities that would qualify as being park deficient, so it adds additional green space, and it has been the venue for many community gatherings over the years. This particular country lane at the 700 block East 27th was the subject of a documentary on a series of urban green initiatives and was part of a tour of Vancouver Green Features for a group of international planning dignitaries that were hosted by the City of Vancouver planning staff in 2006. And I can vouch for the fact that the alley is cool in summer, offers valuable additional green space in our city, and is now the front door for several laneway homes. So I'm a big proponent of this lane. I just want to get it back into our lexicon here. I realize that these are complicated choices, but I would certainly love it if, as staff, were able to go back, look at this particular program and find ways that we can either incorporate the actual country lane itself or incorporate some of the design features that we already heard about today from staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, this is a great idea. Really like to see this addition to the report. There are some hopes in the West End that do the same thing, and they are really increasing community connectedness at the same time with the lane oriented gardens. Yeah, fully support.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair. And similar to my colleague, Councillor Carr, I'm happy to support Councillor Clausen's additional amendment direction. I think it's a great opportunity to look at the viability of these lanes. I happen to have one of those other pilots, country lanes, in my neighborhood. And so, and often we're actually getting requests by residents to have paving of their alleys and lanes, and in some cases, because they are, and so I would love to see alternative options to be presented instead of paving. And so I think it's great to have this looked at, and thank you, Councillor Clausen, for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Dominado. Councillor Meissner.
Yeah, similar to my colleagues, very happy to support Councillor Classen's amendment. And I think Councillor Carr might have been referring to the Molehill Lane, which is not so much a country lane. It is paved, but it does have gardens on the side of it, which is great for the area residents. And it also has the bonus of slowing down traffic in the neighborhoods. So very supportive of the country lane amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Meissner. I seeing no other question or comments from the council. I'm gonna call the vote. But remember that any council member whose video is disabled will be marked as absent for the vote, pursuant to the section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. This is for the amendment to the motion. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I'm gonna vote in favor, so I need a vote assist here. Okay, so I think the motion, the amendment passed unanimously with Councillor Bligh absent. Thank you. Awesome. Now we are back to the main queue. Any more questions from Councillor Clausen?
No, thanks. Thank you. No more questions for me.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby Young.
I just want to thank staff for the report and the innovation that they've shown. They really did come forward with an integrated plan that went beyond the gray infrastructure, the green renewal, and I think that was noted by some of our speakers. It is fundamentally important to renew the aging infrastructure. I'm within, I think it was additional 1% we're now putting forward as part of our annual property tax allocation, that in terms of what we raise in aggregate from residents, and yet we have managed to increase the investment in this capital plan by 7%. And I think it's really critical that we continue to invest in that infrastructure, because I want to emphasize the point that it's not just in terms of the environmental benefits of it, the avoidance of CSO overflows, the fact we have a regulatory obligation to meet, but increasing climate impacts, but that it has a direct impact to our ability to expand badly needed diverse housing options in neighborhoods across the city. So it's really important and really linked. And so I appreciate the work, and I'm looking forward to continuing to see that ramp up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. So I think seeing no other comments, questions, I'm going to call the vote. But again, reminder that council member whose video is disabled will be marked as absent for the vote, pursuant to the section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. Okay, I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Okay. 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 Perfect. Okay, thanks everyone. I think this item passed unanimously. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think that concludes item 1 on the agenda. Thank you. So since perfect. Okay, since Councillor Bligh is here now, so I'm gonna hand the chair back to Councillor Bligh. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the support for my first chairing. Yeah, thank you.
Great job, Lenny.
Yeah, thanks.
for his first go in the chair seat and did very, very well. So thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to continue on. We've got 3 items on the agenda that were referred from the council meeting yesterday to today's meeting in order to hear from speakers, followed by debate and decision. Another reminder that amendments must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the member introduces it. I'd like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments, should state whether they are in support or in opposition to the recommendations, and may only speak once. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. So the first, based on varying the agenda this morning, the next item up is item 4, Industrial Modernization and Intensification Framework Development Process Update, which was moved by Mayor Sim and seconded by Councillor Fry. So our first registered speaker is Tamara Tarimi Brisby. You may please feel free to correct me on the pronunciation of your name.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to speaker number 2, who has withdrawn. Speaker number 3 is Zenith Yi. Oh, sorry. My mistakes. The second speaker is Tim Grant, who I do see here in person.
Sorry, we have to raise it. Morning, Councillor Bligh, Mayor and Council. I'm Tim Grant, resident of Vancouver and representing PCI Developments. I'd also note that I'm speaking or scheduled to speak on the next motion, number 4. Appreciating your time and the relationship of the motions, I'll consolidate my remarks, but stay for questions if helpful on the next motion. I'd also note that I'm speaking on the same theme as we've been expressing consistently for many years, going back to our Marine Gateway project's rezoning over 10 years ago, and most recently at Council's December 2021 review of staff's recommended marine landing policy update. We commend the Mayor for highlighting and prioritizing the need to revisit and proactively support industrial modernization and intensification and innovation in technology hubs. We've remained actively engaged with and tried to support the city's employment lands team's noted work in this respect, but are concerned that the outcomes of this process will not support feasible new development and global competitiveness unless a contemporary and prospective view of the city's desired industrial and innovation uses and associated supporting factors is considered. Broad allowable uses are needed, as alluded to in the Mayor's motion. Traditional definitions of industrial use are not suitably flexible or inclusive to provide for broad scope of desirable modern industrial uses and their inherent rapid change. Broad-based allowable uses are imperative, and there are several examples of failed industrial and technology districts in our region as a result of narrowly prescribed uses. Such allowable uses also need to provide for desirable food and beverage, services, and daily needs in close and convenient proximity. Modern industrial and innovation workers demand this, and employers won't locate without them. Particularly in the case of technology hubs, but also relevant to industrial space and its workers, close proximity of desirable, available housing and transit are also critical attributes. In consideration of our current affordability crisis, significant new housing supply in intended technology hubs and intensifying job areas generally is critical to help mitigate displacement of existing renters by higher paid innovation and tech industry workers. This is a well-documented issue in many tech-oriented cities around the world. The resultant city policies also need to acknowledge and consider Vancouver's land and rapid transit network constraints in conjunction with other urgent priorities, notably climate, affordable housing, and insufficient community services such as childcare and community facilities. Blanket single-use industrial or technology restrictions on development land, particularly at transit stations, will not only cut off potential opportunities to address multiple priorities within individual large-scale developments, but also likely are commercially infeasible. Our global award-winning Marine Gateway project is an important example whereby on formerly industrial restricted land, the then Mayor and Council shared our vision, ultimately along with staff, and we were able to build a 250,000 square foot office building without pre-leasing and providing for over 1,200 jobs directly adjacent to a rapid transit station. This was possible directly as a result of the great demand for housing and retail space at this location. The office building sat largely vacant for 2 years following completion, but today is fully occupied, and in our very, very biased view, a significant hub of economic activity and positive catalyst for change in South Vancouver. Particularly in the current commercial environment, the city needs to leverage this opportunity to use approval of housing and mixed-use development to facilitate otherwise infeasible new large-scale commercial development. In close proximity to rapid transit, this importantly also contributes to city's climate and transportation goals. This approach is supported by recently updated federal, provincial, and notably pending regional growth strategy policies. We do appreciate the City Planning Department's willingness to engage on and discuss these issues. We've had what we believe are productive conversations about need for residential and retail to support industrial and innovation districts, and that at rapid transit stations, desirable industrial space could be suitably accommodated within large-scale mixed-use developments, including residential. We look forward to continuing these discussions with you, Mayor and Council, and staff, and hope collectively you will endorse suitably broad and flexible allowable uses and new residential uses in traditional industrial areas now in proximity to rapid transit and warranting a modern mixed-use approach. In closing, I reiterate our support for the Mayor highlighting these two important issues for further consideration and hopefully creation of policies that support significant expansion of industrial and innovation space. Blanket land use restrictions, particularly at rapid transit stations, will not support the desired and needed outcomes. We are hopeful that Council will seize the opportunity of its fresh perspective and encourage staff to end the unproductive isolation of industrial and technology land preservation as mutually exclusive with residential, retail, and transit uses. I urge you to encourage these studies to broaden their perspective to facilitate some of the big moves that the city's economy, climate, housing, communities, and transportation need. Thank you.
My mic, thank you very much. It's perfectly timed. You do have a question, Councillor Meisner?
Thanks, Tim, for coming in today and for your advocacy. Wondering if you could give some examples of other areas in the region where this approach to this mixed industrial tech, potentially residential, has been successfully deployed.
I think in terms of the mix with residential in our region, it isn't something that's been suitably mixed in the past. We do think that there's some global examples. I think we've found a couple projects in France, in Japan, and in parts of New York City that we think are relevant examples. And I think also that the industrial needs and requirements are changing. So we think that the type of uses that are happening in a city like Vancouver, it's a lot less of the traditional nuisance that maybe you're thinking of. So we think that's an important consideration and something we can do. In terms of tech, just back to the need for broad uses, we're involved in some properties in Great Northern Way. That development of that area was very much slowed down by some very prescriptive uses. Once those are broadened, it's become a really good story. I'd point to 887 Great Northern Way and kind of the real takeoff of life sciences as those restrictions were lifted. There's certainly parts of Burnaby that have not flourished to the same extent because they've been more heavily restricted. And over time, those have been relaxed and I think have been a good positive start.
And in terms of drawbacks for, I mean, obviously we need to be conscious of our limited industrial land base, and that's always top of mind for us. But what are some of the drawbacks for residential on those sites in a mixed use kind of environment that you could foresee anyways?
I think the traditional view would be that industrial can be very disruptive to residential and perhaps to a certain extent vice versa when you're dealing with things like loading and frequent truck traffic. I think the City of Vancouver and the type of industrial uses that are targeting to be here have changed and I think can very much be compatible. It's also a function of cost, and so in an urban environment with industrial, it's very expensive to build the infrastructure needed to support that industrial use, particularly around loading and things like that. And being able to spread that out over the overall cost of a larger mixed-use development gives you much more opportunity to do the types of things to facilitate urban industrial. So I think that the relationship of them being at odds or mutually exclusive, that needs to be opened up a bit and look at an opportunity to support each other. And the reality is we're at crises probably on both issues in terms of industrial availability, but also from a residential perspective as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Those are all your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And lastly, we have Jonathan Liu. And I see in the chambers here coming to the podium. Welcome.
Thank you for council members. Thank you for mayor. My name is Jonathan Liu, citizen of Vancouver. So I've come here to support this motion. So just sharing some as a professional supply chain management professional, share some thoughts support this motion. Just generally, so industrial use for us actually is very broad, not traditionally we're talking about the manufacturing. So industrial use actually you can use for R&D, for medium production, repair service, lab, professional service, and also like a design studio, and even daycare or office. For sure, warehouse distribution and the logistics. And the second of all, I want to bring the awareness is right now is in the crisis to resolve the issues because supply demand issues, especially during the pandemic, we locked down, we changed our buying behavior, if you know, so we start to get used to buying online. So e-commerce penetrations, so people start to use Amazon every day. So the benefits for the consumer is for sure is convenience, but it's created a huge, like we're talking about triple demands than before, eating up more like a warehouse space because everybody now shifting from retail space to the warehouse space. That's the one demand increase. Second of all, as a supply chain logistic professional, we used to learn at the school is just in time. But right now, because pandemic, we're talking about the just in case, not just in time. So that means we need more warehouse space. So third one is we having the issue with supply chain interruption, especially for those like PPE. Right now, we're talking about not offshore, we're talking about reshore, bring back the manufacturing. That means we're gonna take a more industrial warehouse space. So the last one is office space as well. For sure, in the office space at the industrial land is actually more attractive than the traditional office building. So if you look at the vacancy rate in the downtown core area, maybe it's 5 to 7%. But overall vacancy rate of the industrial space in the Greater Vancouver area actually right now is 0.2%. In the Vancouver, actually 0.6%. So based on the latest commercial real estate firm Q4 report, 2022. So the vacancy rate remain in the Greater Vancouver is right now 0.2%. Typically, is an industrial market with 3 to 5% vacancy rate is considered as balanced. In the Greater Vancouver market needed at least adding another like 6 million square feet of a vacancy from any combination of a new unleased industrial space or from the vacancy in existing building to see the rate raise back to 3%. So what that means is demand increase three times, triple times, but the supply cannot catch up. The reason is, first of all, we are lack of industrial land here in the Greater Vancouver. And second of all, permit take time, at least 6 to 9 or 12 months. And also we see the lack of labor right now and also the increased construction cost. So developer is very hesitant to build up a new warehouse because it takes time and uncertainty and the labor cost, the construction cost. So the last one is we look at the vacancy rate we mentioned. Because the vacancy rate is so low, it's as a result, the lease rate increase. So give examples, start from like 2019 before pandemic, is per square foot net lease is only about like $12. Right now, the latest triple net lease rate in the Greater Vancouver average is $21. So that means for the business owners, they have almost paid double the expense for the lease warehouse space. So what's the solution going to be? So I don't know. So maybe increase density or protect the industrial land. So I just threw the question to all the council members here. So just bring the awareness. So right now is critical time to make a change. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. You do have questions, so if you'll just stay right there. Councillor Carr.
Very much. Thanks for coming to speak. One of the questions, or the main question I have, is the actual intensity of the use of the land. So much of the industrial lands that I've seen end up with single-story buildings on them, which is not a very efficient use of land. Is there any way in which the kinds of uses could be, I guess, altered or changed in order to consider more dense development rather than, like in stories, rather than just single-story buildings?
Actually, I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I just thought you might be able to. That's fine, no problem.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Those are all your questions. Thank you very much.
Okay,
for being
thank you.
here. Okay, I'll just check and see if we have a speaker on the line.
Yes, speaker one is not on the line.
Is on the line? No, is not on the line. Okay, so that does bring us to the end of our speakers list. So I'd like to thank our speakers for coming to address council. And council, is there any discussion? Councillor Boyle.
Just really briefly to say the work that's been going on the employment lands review has been really interesting and exciting. The updates that we got over the last term and the addition of a lot of creative ideas, including having more commercial and residential areas, corner stores and whatnot, I'm excited about. I think asking for this speeding up of that work and an update on it is great, and I'm very happy to support it. I particularly appreciate the shift that we're seeing to better integrate and include flexibility around these uses. I would love to see, as I said, more retail and small grain commercial use mixed into residential areas, particularly corner stores, grocery stores, coffee shops, that sort of thing. And then allowing more of what we, light industrial into some of our commercial spaces, whether it's a small guitar shop or a jeweler, those sort of creative uses mixed into commercial. That shifting and flexibility of these uses, I think, is an important conversation. I know it's one we're already having in the employment lands review work, but I just wanted to state again an appreciation for the push that's coming around that and an interest in seeing it continue.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. Really happy to speak in support of this motion and to have another champion on industrial lands on council now. And I'm glad that this is one of the first motions that Mayor Sim has brought forward. I had the opportunity last term to sit on the Metro Vancouver Industrial Lands Task Force, and that was really struck really in response to the alarming reduction that we were seeing, not just in Vancouver, but across the region in terms of available industrial land. It's not dissimilar to the alarm bell that was rung decades ago with respects to agricultural land and the establishment of the ALR. And so now having the ability to look at the equivalent of an ILR type of concept is really fundamentally important to maintain jobs here in the city, because not only do we see the impacts now just in terms of the cost of housing and that and people being able to live in our city, but imagine if you don't have some of those industrial serving uses and you can't get somebody to come and fix your washer or a dryer, or with the prevalence of electric vehicles in terms of having supports and all those kinds of uses. I know that we moved last term towards this intensification and really thoughtful use of lands by looking at taking away things like storing cars at car dealerships or self-storage into more intensified and industrial uses. There's been a lot of innovation, such as strata leasehold, so that people can not just be leasing those spaces, but they can actually own strata. There's a great development, Ironworks, that was award-winning, and it really recognized the ability for people to be able to put down roots and have tenure in the city, but it also went to multi-story industrial. And so those that needed load in, load out on the main floor had the ability to do that. And then on the second and third floors, you could put some of those sort of less messy uses, if you will, where it can be the local, artists, jewelry uses, et cetera. So it also can combat things like artists and production spaces that we have had a net loss of and that we're aspiring with a culture plan to increase, as well as recognizing in terms of modernization that what an industrial product is has really changed. So if you look at some of the bylaws, they're very old. It sort of stipulates that you had to have a physical product that you're taking and sending out. So you think just about tech, for example, in software, and it's literally you're writing software programs, or you're having other kinds of outputs that kind of cross those boundaries and those lines now between what is office and what is tech. But the definition of an actual product itself is also changing. And so I think that there's an opportunity to really look at bringing in also not just industrial or clean industrial, but high quality jobs that can enable people to stay living in the city. And that's really important because we talk a lot about affordability. It was mentioned on the radio this morning. I think Vancouver got the dubious distinction of now being, again, the most expensive city in Canada. And we talk a lot about how expensive it is and should we cut costs, but we don't talk enough also about raising up incomes and how to make it easier and give people those quality jobs. So I think there's a lot of important conversations here. Really recognize as well the interplay with Metro and keeping the lands here, but we need to do what we can in the city of Vancouver because, you know, we hear often that all of our job space sits on about 7% of the land, 93% is residential. I also just want to comment too, I'm a huge fan, obviously, having brought forward that motion on corner stores, and appreciate Councillor Boyle's support and comments around that, but I don't think that's what we're talking about in this motion. That's really focused on in residential areas where people are. What we're talking about here is commercially serving uses in terms of job space and production. So I just don't want to muddy up those two things because those are distinct and different. We're talking about industrial lands, which is not sort of what the zoning would be pursuing for the corner stores. But other than that, I really appreciate Mayor Sim bringing this forward, and it is a priority because if you want to have a city where people can live, they need quality jobs and you need serving jobs so that we're not forcing people to commute out of the city or we're actually losing that part of our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Seeing no one else in the queue, we'll go to a vote. We'll mark Councillor Klassen is absent. He had to step out. Okay, and that motion passes with unanimous support. So just giving us a second to show the vote up on the screen there. And we're going to be moving to the next referred item, which is item 5, supporting and expanding Vancouver's tech hubs, clusters, and districts, which was moved by Mayor Sim and seconded by Councillor Meisner. Clerks, do we have anybody on the line?
There are no speakers on the line. Can we take a chair? Can we just take a 5-minute recess to wait for callers?
Okay, you bet we can do that. So we're asking for a 5-minute recess, but maybe what I'll do is just, we do have speaker 4 in the chambers who noted perhaps that comments were condensed on both items previously, but is available for questions. So just creating that opportunity and calling on speaker 5, Tim Grant, to come to the podium. If there are any further comments or questions of the speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Biden. Nothing further to add, but very much welcome any questions.
Okay, seeing none, thank you for being here for both items. That's very helpful. So let's just take a 3-minute recess and we'll give time for, we've got 3 speakers that may be calling in, and we'll come back at exactly 11:45. Come back. We do have one speaker on the line, speaker number 4, and Jingao Huang. And while we're waiting for that speaker to come on the line, we are just up against noon here, about 10 minutes, and we only have one speaker right now. So I'm asking for a motion to extend to complete this item past noon. Great. All those in favor? Any opposed? Great. Okay, so we'll hear from the speaker now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes, and you're welcome to start when you're ready.
Yeah, this is Jian Huang. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so this is Jian Huang. I'm joining the city council meeting for the motion people. Yeah, I'm living in the Vancouver East, close to in the Joyce Collingwood community, and I'm currently a software engineer working in Amazon. So I have been in Vancouver for 4 years, and yeah, so I saw this motion for the high tech hubs clusters and supporting for this area. Yeah, I'm very glad to see this, and for my past experience, I think this is very helpful, and it's a good motion for the companies here in Vancouver to attract more talents and also attract more startups or international companies have branches in this area. So because these can potentially the restrictions, less restrictions on the land usage and the office locations or facility requirements. Because for software engineer, this industry has less requirement on the working environment and less consuming of the, for example, hardware dependency or natural resources. So it's more flexible in nature, and it can it doesn't have like other industries has air pollution or this kind of concern has to be a restricted area. This doesn't apply to IT industrials. So yeah, I think the lift on these roads from the city will definitely help the saving the cost, running cost for the companies. So this, as a feedback, it can has more opportunities for the other branches or setups to set up their offices in Vancouver area, and also with the saving cost, it can put more resources on recruiting talents and also attract the talents to stay in this area. Yeah, one of the happening and happened before the case I saw is like many colleagues or friends in this area, they are thinking or they already moved to US or to different areas. Mostly they went to US. So because there is high compensation and things on. So yeah, I think the saving cost of a running company is critical, and also if there are more opportunities, more jobs in Vancouver, definitely there is going to be more talents here. Yeah, that's my comment.
Okay, thank you very much. You have explained yourself very well. There are no questions for you, but we appreciate you calling into council.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to check one more time with clerks if we have any speakers on the line.
There are no further speakers on the line.
Okay, thank you very much. So this does bring us to the end of our speakers list. Thank you for those who did call in and show up to speak to council. We can move to the main queue. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, we had comments, of course, on the previous item, very similar. So we're going to go ahead straight to a vote. Thank you very much. So that motion does pass with none in opposition. So that does complete the item. And I'm just going to ask for clarification from the clerks in terms of speakers for the next item. Okay, so what we're going to do, we have alerted speakers to item 5 that we would start that item at 1 o'clock. So we will pause and have a lunch now from noon till 1 o'clock and be back to complete the business of this committee agenda with item 3. Now, of course, the last item from a varied agenda at 1 o'clock. So have a good lunch, everybody.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference,
Hi, Cassia, can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, thanks.
Welcome, no problem.
with the last agenda item for our committee agenda today, and that item is referring to motion B2, referred from yesterday's council meeting, piloting a culturally appropriate Indigenous-led supportive housing and wellness center project in partnership with Indigenous peoples. And I have moved this motion and wish to participate in debate. And so for simplicity, I'll relinquish the chair to Vice Chair Zhao to complete this item. Lenny, microphone.
Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bligh. So we're going to continue where we left in the morning. So this item, as Councillor Bligh said, is piloting a culturally appropriate Indigenous-led supportive housing and wellness center project in partnership with Indigenous people, which was moved by Councillor Bligh and seconded by Councillors Kirby Young. We're going to have a list of speakers. Our first registered speaker is Lawrence Jacobs. Do we have Lawrence on the line? Do we have any speakers on the line? Okay. Okay. So we're gonna start with speaker number 3.
Hi, can you hear me?
Okay, so just give me 1 second, Clara. So I'm gonna ask the speaker number 1, Lawrence Jacobs. Is Lawrence on the line? Clerk?
Speaker number 1 is not on the line.
Okay, so we're gonna come back to the first speaker. Speaker number 2, Josie Jacobs. Is Josie on the line?
No, speaker number 2 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna come back later. So we're gonna go directly to speaker number 3, Clara Prager. Is Clara's on the line?
Hi.
Hi, Clara. So, yeah, so you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead. Thank you for speaking at the council.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks. My name is Clara Prager with Women Transforming Cities. Sorry if I was calling in ahead of my turn there. I couldn't quite hear, but glad to be connected now. Yeah, I wanted to just speak to the motion in front of us about an Indigenous healing lodge and piloting that program. I think this is great to see, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada really emphasizes the importance of healing in their final report. They say it is only in good health that people will find the strength to face the truths and the opportunities for reconciliation that lie ahead. In our organization, Women Transforming Cities actually just published a report about the TRC calls to action and progress municipalities are or are not making on them, and healing centers were a really promising example of action that local governments can take on this. So that's really great to see. And I think this idea has come before council in the past, and I think has been acknowledged as a priority before, as it should be. So I did just want to share some suggestions for how we can make sure that this work is taking that priority to the next steps, so that we can see some results. So this motion also has some overlap with Women Transforming Cities' Hot Pink Paper campaign commitment to support the creation of an Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit Peoples Healing Lodge. And we drew on the recommendations from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls 2S response report that Council approved last July to create that ask. And in particular, there was a recommendation in that report to create a healing lodge that was led by Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people that had wraparound services for survivors and their families. So we really focused on that particular recommendation because we hear repeatedly from our community the need to address the needs of this demographic that are not often addressed through other health and healing services. And there's a gap there that this council has an opportunity to address. So I think this motion can be strengthened by ensuring that it addresses the needs of Indigenous women and girls specifically. And in order to do that, I think it would be prudent to build upon the work that's already been done in the MMIWG2S response report. The planner on that did some really deep engagement with community members to understand their needs. So it'd be wonderful to continue to kind of build on that foundation, and I think that will really add to the success of this initiative in the future. And in the same vein, building on existing staff work, the motion asks for a report back on options to provide city-owned land or funding. So I would just want to ask how it would integrate in with the Spaces to Thrive social infrastructure strategy, which also identifies an Indigenous women-led space for Indigenous women and health and wellness services within the Spaces to Thrive strategy. So I think building on both of those would be great. Another recent report that speaks to this priority is the Under Action Plan. So I'd want to know how it would fit in with that. And finally, my last suggestion for how to improve this and strengthen this motion would just be around ensuring that the work that you are asking of staff is funded. I think, as I mentioned, the success of any Healing Lodge initiative will hinge on leveraging existing staff work and knowledge, because there has been a lot of work gone into this already. And one of the challenges that we've heard repeatedly is a lack of permanent funding for those positions, which creates an environment of uncertainty for work that is really relationship focused and needs to have a long-term scope. So I think if this motion is going to be successful, it should ensure that there's long-term funding in place for the MMIWG social planner and other roles that could really add to the success of this initiative and ensure that the priorities outlined in this motion are adequately resourced, because I think, as I mentioned, this has come before council before. I think there's been discussions about a Healing Lodge of this nature for probably decades, and it hasn't quite gotten past a certain point. But this council has an opportunity to differentiate itself.
Sorry, Clara, sorry to interrupt you. You are at time, but you do have...
okay, no worries.
There's no more question. Okay, so perfect. Yeah, thank you, Clara. Thank you for speaking at the council.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the beginning of the list. Do we have Lawrence Jacobs on the line, the first speaker?
Speaker one is not on the line.
Okay, so how about speaker number 2, Josie Jacob?
No, not on the line.
Okay, so I think that's the end of the speaker list. Thank you, Clara, for speaking at the council. So, council, is there any discussion? Hey, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. I am very happy to support this work. As we know, it's work that's been underway for a little while, but certainly could use a little extra push of support, particularly from a new council. I think that's great. I think getting an update in Q2, which is basically what this motion is asking, is also great. And as we heard from the speaker, as we know, it matters that we support and resource the work well. And so I have circulated an amendment. Maybe you can move us to an amendment queue, Chair, and then I'll speak to.
Thank you. There we go. Please add to the amendment queue, Councillor Boyle. There we go.
I'm just waiting. I just want to make sure the correct language is up. I sent a second updated version.
Okay, so you know what? I'll give you back 20 seconds.
Don't worry about my 20 seconds.
Yeah, so stop timer and start. So we can restart the timer here, hey? I want to give back 30 seconds.
I'm not worried about my timer, but I appreciate that. You're doing a good job chairing.
There we go. Yeah, okay. Perfect.
Great, thank you, thanks. So I'll just speak to it again to say, we know that doing this work successfully requires strong community relationships and trust. The idea has been discussed for a long time. There's broad interest and support, and I think what this council is interested in is moving it from an idea and a discussion to implementation. And there are a lot of questions in that gap about who leads and what it looks like, and a big part of that success is going to be the relationships and trust that we have with leaders in the community in getting there. The missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls work is a key component of that. It, as everyone around this table knows, it comes up regularly. It's a big part of what the push has been for an Indigenous Healing and Wellness Center. It's a huge part of the need for culturally appropriate, culturally supported housing. And so ensuring that that work continues is, I think, an important part of the success of this project and the success of moving from a report back on ideas to actual implementation. I'll just add, because we've had many budget documents and folks may not know, the work that the city is doing right now on implementation of the recommendations around the MMIWG inquiry is on a contract that's scheduled to end in March. And so part of this ask is asking that we look to making sure that work is continued and integrated well, because as we heard from Clara, the sort of contracts and instability of that can create challenges, and looking to making sure this is a successful project in our term, that we're able to really land something that's meaningful to the community. I think that integration of that MMIWG work is important. So I will leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Joe. I wonder if I can do a point of information through you to the mover of the amendment.
Okay, yes. Do we have we don't need a seconder. Yeah, so.
Just as a question.
Yeah, okay. People in favor say yeah? No. Oh, okay. Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just wondering, having sat on the UNDRIP joint committee between council and Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, of which you co-chaired, if there were sensitivities that were raised around proceeding forward with a healing center, that came really from the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh regarding sort of priorities and how one sets priorities. So I wonder if you could just relay to council, having chaired that committee, co-chaired it rather, are you satisfied that the wording in this will lead to a comfort level, not only with the groups named, but specifically with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh in terms of a process of consultation?
Yeah, the motion is really asking for a report back on work underway. That work's already underway. I'm certainly happy to see that and comfortable with it. There's a lot of important conversation between the ideas and the implementation that gets to who's leading it and relationships between the nations and urban Indigenous communities. My understanding, and I could pass this to the mover of the motion itself, but there's broad support for these ideas. Everybody agrees and knows how important they are. And the next step toward implementation is really about who's at the table, leading, making decisions, making sure all those voices are heard. And that's incredibly important work in a successful project. And my understanding is the motion is asking for that next round of consultation.
Thank you.
Which staff have been engaged in for a long time, but would keep doing.
Okay, through you, Chair, if I could ask a question to the mover of the motion?
Yes, please, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bligh, I'm wondering if you did have any conversations before tabling this motion, specifically with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, but with other of the Indigenous groups named in the motion in terms of their support for it.
So this motion was one of the points in our 94-point platform that's been discussion points over the last 7 or 8 months. So we've also heard in the last term that in terms of what critical action we can take that would make the difference in working towards action in reconciliation, the Indigenous Healing and Wellness Center model and Housing Incorporated has been named as the one of those items, those actions that we can take. This work specifically empowers our new Indigenous Relations Manager to continue to continue that work, and the motion itself is really work to report back on capital investments. And so there is a clear delineation there. That there's ongoing work happening, that we would like to have staff report back in a short timeline. The end of Q2 is the end of July. And this is what's been missing. So to say, has this motion been socialized and gone out and spoken to groups specifically ahead of time? A lot of that work has been done. What we'd like to do is have a report back from staff so that this new council, has a status update on where that work is, and we can actually move this forward. Clara Prager said we have not been able to make any traction really on this issue, on this file, and I think what we need to do is empower our staff to work with stakeholders.
That answers this question. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry.
Just in support of this amendment and the motion on the whole, I will note that in our capital plan, we do have $700,000 earmarked for Indigenous Healing and Wellness Center. And if we're talking about new investments in the thrust of this motion, I think having a sensible financial ask articulated as part of the operating budget in 2023 makes a lot of sense, so we can actually move forward on some of this work that we have variously been discussing since before many of us were on council, and certainly in the last iteration. So I think this is an important amendment to an important motion, so happy to support both. And that way I don't have to speak to the motion on the whole. I've said my piece now. I'm going to just stall for time, though, and keep talking because I see Councillor Zhao is deep in conversation. And I do, but I do think that this is, this is really important work, and we've danced around this subject quite a bit. We've talked about it quite a bit. We've seen the recommendations from the TRC. We've seen the recommendations from the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls report. We know that there's work to be done. We know we have a big role, and I think a lot of that's been articulated in the motion itself. And happy to continue pushing forward with that work, and let's put a price tag to it so we can actually commit to it in this budget. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much. I actually have a point of information through you, Chair, to the city manager, and that is in clarifying the motion itself and the ask in the motion for a report back by Q2. If we are resourced to do the work that is identified in the motion without any amendments.
Yes, so staff will be in a position to report back on that timeline in terms of issues, opportunities and options as we see them at this point in time. So yeah, I don't believe that the resources are a constraint in terms of providing a response to the motion.
Okay, that's helpful. So my thought is, and I did have a chance to have a meeting with the representative who phoned in, Clara, from Women Transforming Cities, and that was a good discussion, and have identified opportunities to engage and also continue to shepherd this work through. I think what we're missing here is a clear update from staff in terms of what that capital investment looks like. And so we are talking about something in theory, and what we actually need is concrete numbers that will then inform operating investments. And I'm not opposed to that per se, but without the information on what we need in order to be able to get the work done, I think we need to it's not even just slow down to go faster. I recognize that we're bringing this forward, but it's just a very clear direction to staff to say the work that's been done, let's see what that is in the public, and then we can resource it. We don't, I don't think we need to be running interference on this motion. I think that we can be pragmatic about this, recognize how important this work is, recognize that past councils have not been able to make any traction on in their four-year terms, and we have a new opportunity to do so, which is why it's important as a new council that we bring this forward now. Perhaps there's more investment, perhaps there's less. It just, to me, feels a little bit like politicking around this rather than actually being pragmatic about the sequencing that we require in order to understand what that capital investment looks like and then make decisions based on that. So I'll leave it there. I see other people on the queue perhaps going to respond to that. But I do appreciate the motion. I think it's very important work that the MMIWG is doing ongoing related to this motion, but also certainly expands. My concern, as I'll say the last thing, is that we're going to slow down progress like previous councils have seen because we cast the net too big. And we've got to be really focused on what we're trying to get back here in terms of information and in public. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
Thanks. I think the point about sequencing is important and kind of the sticky place we're in here, right? This is asking for a report back in Q2 on work underway, but our budget is a month from now. And so if we're not continuing to fund this work, and then we get an update, and then we're looking a year later at new operating funding, that creates a massive sequencing issue and a gap that slows things down. We all know that every capital project requires some operating investment. Somebody has to make those plans, and this in particular is the type of project, the realm of project that requires really thoughtful community work on the operating side to get that capital investment right. So I do think it would be a mistake to be thinking of them entirely separately or to be not thinking about operating now and then see another year delay. This investment is simply asking for staff to bring those recommendations back to us in the operating budget. And I mean, I am conscious some of these votes are decided ahead of time, but I'm just making a pitch. I think this is a very reasonable ask that in fact aligns really well and isn't intended to be politicking. It's intended to be about making sure that we as a council can actually land this important work.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just to follow on Councillor Boyle's comments, I mean, I think to the notion of politicking, we are going to be asked to make some pretty significant decisions with the operating budget in just a matter of a month. And if we're not prepared to discuss this, then what does this motion mean at all if we're not actually going to be prepared to talk about the reality of funding that it gets attached to it so that we are doing something meaningful? Otherwise, it really is just lip service. And if we're not prepared to put our money where our mouth is, and we're just politicking, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, I wanted to let everyone speak before I raise this, but I think I'd like to raise a point of order with regards to this. No, I'm not exactly sure how that works because I'm the new guy, but to me, this amendment doesn't directly relate to the motion at hand. Under section 8.7, and I'm wondering if we should declare it out of order.
Okay, so should we need to clarify the point of order right now? Take recess? Okay, so we can take probably 2 minutes, very quick recess, talk about the point of order.
G.
Okay, so we're going to take a very short recess and confirm which order. So, yeah, Councillor Montague, if you can tell which items under the order, yeah.
Sorry. I guess it would be subsection G.
G, okay.
G. It's the first. Yeah, F. F. Was, yeah. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, we're going to take a very short recess.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, it was F. Yeah.
So we did had a conversation and had some advice from the legal perspective. So I think I'm going to rule this motion and point in order because it doesn't meet the 8.7 F. It is statutory incorrect and fabulous or rude. So we're going to continue our discussion here. Thank you. Hey, Councillor Montague, you have anything else to say? Okay, thank you. Councillor Clarkson.
Through you, Chair, to the City Manager, a question for you. I know that we have a new intergovernmental relations manager for First Nations, and that as I've met her, I just wanted to ask you if that position would be responsible for the work that's identified in this motion, and also is that position already fully funded?
Thanks. Through the chair. So the MMIWG work to this point has been led out of the social policy team in ACCS. The question of whether, when, and how that transitions to our Indigenous Relations team in the City Manager's Office is a question that's currently under review. That team is only 3 people, and they have a huge volume of work. But it is one of the things that we are looking at presently, so it's a live question. And that team, the Indigenous Relations team that is leading the work under Michelle Frankervel's kind of oversight is 3 FTEs. And then there was an additional FTE in the ACCS department on social policy that was working on this as well.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the City Manager, is this work then, if it currently or maybe possibly in scope, does Council have the opportunity to perhaps ask if it can be looked at as potentially a part of the work plan?
Certainly, I think the other piece is that these capital projects are generally not managed by those folks. You know, in the case of capital, it would be staff in our housing development group. So the work here is actually not likely to be led out of that group in any event, because they don't generally lead housing projects or facility development projects. So as I said, I think the initial report back, there is, of course, the motion does call for consultation, and that's where we would be, I think, working with those other staff around that process, and I expect they would be involved in that capacity. I think consultation obviously would be constrained by the timeline for the report back. So those are all factors that will work into our response.
Okay. Again, through you, Chair, to the City Manager, one more question. Just seeing a little time left. I just wanted to, would answers to these kinds of questions, and I get you're still, there are some differences here in terms of the scope and responsibilities, but would we have a clear idea as to the work being done by this office by the time of our budget?
So we would be able to provide kind of a general sense of the work plan for the team. They are putting that together now. I think that's, in one respect, I guess what I would read this amendment as calling for is a report back to council with if there's additional resources required. So we could answer it in that context, assuming, you know, depending on what council does with the amendment. But you know, if council is interested to understand the kind of work plan for our Indigenous Relations team for the year, that's something we could report out on.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think I have a point of information because I'm just trying to get clear in my own head because I'm hearing different things, and so maybe I can follow up through you, Chair, to the City Manager on that answer. Because I'm hearing different things, and I'm hearing that the work contemplated by this motion is capital projects in the capital plan, and that the work contemplated in the amendment and some of the staff that were referenced is not capital plan work, and this is operating, which are in my mind 2 different things, but we have a ruling the amendments in order. So I'm just a bit unclear as to how those pieces are synthesizing together.
So I think, I mean, generally, thanks, Councillor, through the Chair. The motion calls for staff to identify whether there are investments required. So that was what I would see would be the response back from staff to this amendment. I think if the response back is there is no additional resources required, I don't see that as making the motion out of order, to be honest, but, that's just a function of what the response would be. There is work that would need to be done to deliver this response. Again, I believe that we could provide that within our existing budget.
Okay.
The implementation of projects or options that may come out of this is a separate piece, and there certainly would be capital. There may be operating associated with that as well. Those would be things that would be canvassed presumably by council at that time. The broader work that's referenced here around MMIWG is of course a bigger piece of work, so that is kind of a different scope. And there is, that's work that's ongoing and is funded by the operating budget.
Well, exactly. That's because the projects we're talking about with housing that are clearly capital projects, and that's very separate conversation, kind of the broader and important scope around the social policy work. So I feel like we're having a Sesame Street kind of apples and oranges conversation about two totally different topics here. And yet here we are. But this amendment clearly directs staff to report back as it relates to this particular motion. Is that follow-up point of information through the chair? That is the city manager's understanding of the amendment?
The first part references the work directed at the motion. So yeah, I think that's, we would
that will be
as the response.
That's the focus.
So reporting back by Q2. And then the second piece is kind of MMIWG more broadly. Which is related. There are the MMIWG recommendations do reference housing, so there's not a complete disconnect there. So we would see this as a bit of a broader report back in terms of the resource piece, but that's how I'm interpreting that.
Okay, and do you have a sense of time of when you might be reviewing that? The work that's contemplated
the resourcing question,
in the amendment?
So that would have to be pretty quickly in order for it to be relevant. I think in terms of MMIWG, we have that information, can make that available to council very quickly for consideration. So I don't think that I think we would be able to report back on this in time, that it could be considered in the budget process if that's what council asks us to do.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much. Sorry, City Manager. Point of information through the chair to you. This is helpful dialogue as we sort of shepherd this through, of course. And I don't have a lot of time, so let me just ask the question. So could that come back in just the form of a memo?
That's
pretty quickly here? Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off through the chair.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I would anticipate, that
Okay.
we could provide this information back as we have on other budget questions through that kind of memo.
Great. So look, I'm happy to support it. It's asking for a report back. We know that this is not a tremendous amount of work for staff. They already really have this information. We've got a fully funded Indigenous Relations group. Granted, there's a lot of work for a small team, but I'm not going to sort of get myself into a twist over this at all. I don't think it's germane to the motion at all, but I get that other members have worked on this file and feel some ownership over that or what have you, and I think this is about collaboration and working together, so I'm fine to support this motion and feel quite confident we've got what we need in place to get this work done, so I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bligh. I don't think we have anyone joining remotely, so I think we can call a vote, seeing there's no other speakers. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? And Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, I think everyone voted already, so we have all the votes with the amendment passed unanimously with Councillor Dominado and Mayor Sim absent. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the main queue. Any more discussion for this item? If no more discussion, again, we're gonna call out for a vote. So clerk, please take us to the voting panel. And Councillor, please register your vote. Councillor Kirby. Okay, so everyone voted. I think, again, the motion passed unanimously with Councillor Dominato and Mayor Sin absent. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, so that concludes the last item on the agenda. The standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. So we will now convene the council with Mayor Sin as the chair, but Mayor Sin is not here. So I think the acting mayor, Councillor Carr, will deal with the rest of recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting. Over to you now, Councillor Carr. Okay. There we go.
Thanks so much. We will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Carr in the chair. Mayor Sim is on a leave of absence. Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato is on a leave of absence. Councillor Bligh. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner. Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Acting Mayor Carr.
Thanks so much. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for items 1 to 5. So moved by Councillor Joe. Seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bligh. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay. Motion is carried unanimously. Would someone like to move a motion to adjourn the meeting? I think that was Councillor Kirby Young. Seconder? Yeah, Councillor Bligh. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed nay. Motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.